Ready, go. Ready, go.
Let's do this.
Ready, go.
Oops. That was terrible. One moment. Guess I need 5 more MMs now. That invisible was really bad. I got like a ZJ start, which is terrible. And then I died anyway. So even if I did make it to the end, I probably would have only gotten MK maximum. So no big loss, to be honest.
Ready, go.
Give me a second.
Ready, go. Ready, go.
That was an interesting run. That was definitely like a downgraded GM. Also, 2 all clears. Two all clears that run. That was interesting.
Levy, go. Letting go.
Okay, that invisible section is horrible. It's probably like an MV. And I'm correct.
Ready, go.
That didn't feel too good, to be honest.
Ready, go.
felt alright, I guess. Guys. I wouldn't hold your horses for this one, but that's 5 Master M's in my last 7 plays. Now, I'm pretty sure one of them is a normal Master M, but okay, one of them is a normal Master M. Or more of them, I guess. Nah, that was horrible. That's got to be like an MO or an MV. MO.
Ready, go.
Indeed. Massive skill issue. Oh, that was terrible. That was actually terrible. Also funny meteor. Yeah, that was 2 Tetrises, I think. I think I'm going to try it, and I think I'm getting mine blocked, so I'm going to place roughly 1 run just to clear up. I should not have lived through that middle section. Oh my god. Whatever. I don't even care that that's green line. I should not have lived through that 700. I could not have lived through that. Yeah, you really do have to control your nerves in low lock delay because... what do you call it? It's just all about making sure you just keep moving. Like you don't, just never hesitating on any part of that. I wish TGM3 had the recovery medal, like in TGM2. That would have easily been a recovery medal, that 700.
Ready, go.
I think when it comes to cools, I still sandbag all the way up until 770 because I just cannot afford to, like, roll, basically. 770 is like this, is the safe spot where you can finally just go all out. The cool regret system is a very well-designed system. You gotta love it when a system that was supposed to... I think the intention was supposed to reward consistency, but all that ended up happening is that it just... I think I almost just had a section regret there, oh my god. I don't think GM with regrets is possible, because you need every single, Actually, I don't know. I don't think anyone's ever tested. That's definitely the case. Kirby's done a, what do you call it, Shirase with 7 regrets run, which is absolutely insane. Seven regrets without getting hit by the Torrican, that is insane. Well, without getting hit by either of them, that is. I am not paying attention at all in this game. I need to focus. Well, that was atrocious. That's gotta be like an MV. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm falling out of focus now. I think if I try pushing it anymore, I'll probably just keep falling down in grades now.
Letting go.
I think I've reached my limit for today. It is, yeah. I think when I hit... Oh. I think when I hit my 1080 firework run, that was like actually hype. Because that was when all of the 2 wides and everything just hit exactly right during the main part of the game. I do wish the scoring system was like a little clearer though, because why do you need an entire Google Doc just to explain? Oh, dang it, my dash charge disappeared. I hate it when that happens. I think I let go for like a frame and it broke my dash charge. I think the best example of certified TGM series moment is the entirety of TGM4. As much as I like the presentation and everything, man, I do wish there was more content in that game for the... well, for the people in the middle level of skill. Other than maybe Konoha Easy and, well, Asuka mode in general, there isn't really... There isn't really much of anything that the, a person who's like in the middle skill level could probably properly enjoy and like feel improvements on. Yeah, Asuka is basically like a version that is like a more, I guess, it's like a very speed-oriented mode, yeah. Well, speed and cleanliness-oriented mode.
Letting go.
think also that's my issue with Master Mode. You know how Shirase gives you like an S grade for every section that you pass without getting a section regret? No such thing in TGM4 Master. You just have M, which is very far away for a new player. You have GM, which is even further away. Yeah, GM is way further. Like, the gap between M and GM in TGM4 Master is probably the furthest it has been in the series since TGM2. And every single time they added new grades to Master in TGM4, it's always something past GM, so there's absolutely nothing for like the average Joe to look forward to. Other than M. That's it.
Levy, long.
Oh yeah, don't get me started on the absolute difficulty spike that is 1200. Specifically 1200 because it catches. Because I remember when I first got to 1200 in Master in TGM4, something felt really wrong. I was like, why does everything feel so much faster yet not at the same time? Oh yeah, it turns out the mode just kneecapped you. Super rotation with step reset is absolutely cursed, let's just put it that way. There we go. That's the run I was looking for. It's like there's so many things that punish you in what they call it. What's his face? In TGM4 Master. As in, like, the difficulty ramp of, like, the difficulty in that sense of, like, how much the game mode punishes you for misdropping ramps up way too quickly. In something like, in one of the previous game's speed modes, like, it's just sort of proportional to how fast you're going. And when it comes to Master, well, in TGM3, well, if you misdrop too much, you lose your section, cool, but, like, in TGM4, past 1200, misdrops just become exponentially more and more punished. Like, 1100 doesn't punish you for a misdrop that much. 1200 starts punishing you for misdrops because that slight hesitation as you're recalculating your next moves. Like, that misdrop, that hesitation as you're recalculating your next moves are just, yeah, is bad. And then, yeah, Master Peaky, you misdrop there, you're basically, you might as well just end the run there and start again. I think, like, to the point where if the top players are still calling Master Peaky onwards gambling, I feel like there's a slight issue. Like, you should be able to compensate with skill, surely. Like, even if the game was not the fastest thing in the world, you surely should be allowed to, like, compensate for difficulty with skill. But in Master Peaky, even if you do everything correctly, you could still get screwed if, for example, the RNG gives you a really bad piece sequence that you can't resolve with whatever build you're doing. Or, you know, one of your inputs decides to... you accidentally fumble an input and your DAS didn't charge properly and you end up misdropping a piece. Well, I guess runs dead from one mistake that you aren't even allowed to recover from. Actually, I think I have the same sentiment in normal, like the TGM rule exclusive game mode. Normal, yes, they did simplify the grading system, technically, but they also made it ridiculously difficult to compensate. Like, the max, I would argue, the max grade in normal is way harder to achieve than getting a provisional GM in this game. Yeah, in big mode you can just die because of a misdrop. Asuka, if you misdrop at the wrong time, you probably may waste too much time to get rid of it. But if you misdrop at the wrong time, either you just die or you lose time trying to fix it. Like, it's kind of a, do you rewind and lose 1 second, or do you attempt to fix it and lose time in thinking of trying to fix it? In Marathon is Marathon. I don't really have a comment on Marathon. It's Marathon. But in normal, you get punished for one misdrop. And especially since if you want to get the max, the difference between 9 of 10 and a 10 of 10 in normal is insane. Nine of 10 is basically free. Like, no matter how fast of a player you are, 9 of 10 is free if you just play carefully. I have that. Here's mine. And yet the gap to 9 to 10 of 10 from here is absolutely massive. 9 of 10 is free. Like, it's so free. But 10 of 10... why on earth is the requirement for 10 of 10 a 557? Not only is it a 557, it's a 557 while still having to achieve the section requirements to get the other 9 grades on the left side. So you basically have to tape the extra button down and start playing as if it was a long game of Sprint. with variable gravity, with ARS. Where you probably have to be pressing all the IRS buttons as you can because, well, you know. Oh yeah, and speaking of the extra button, I still love how standard rule gets screwed over in Konoha and Asuka because of the lack of extra button. You know how both modes are time-limited modes, and extra button cuts down the ARE by like a lot? I think if you like look at the speed table someone put on TetrisWiki, I think I calculated that it's like in Asuka, you can save like 40 seconds just holding extra from 0 to 500. I am timing out on 1200. Those 40 seconds could easily buy me AM. But you know, since I play on standard rule, I guess screw me, I guess. Like, I have timed out on... Where's that picture? Oh god, I can't find it. Is it this one? $12.91. And I had 3 Tetrises. So if I just had 5 more seconds or something, and this is already a pretty clean run from my standards. I only had a couple of misdrops in the non-fading and invisible sections. I just had like 5 more seconds, I probably could have made it. But no, I can't get those 5 seconds because no extra button. I can't grab those extra seconds in the earlier part of the mode. Oh, and you know something really dumb about the whole Kita stop thing? Apparently, if you get an all clear Kita, that doesn't
usually you have to pay
advance you through the level stop. Like if you get if you get a line clear that's an all clear that hits the level stop, it doesn't push past the level stop. Unlike if you Tetris and push past the level stop. It's so dumb. Why is it inconsistent?
Like,
I will say, I will give mad props for Shiranui. They made probably the most advanced Tetris versus AI in any commercial game that's ever been released to date. And Shiranui Tier 0 is definitely a feat of Tetris programming for a official game. Tier 0 is literally you but better. That's like the funniest part, yeah. Yeah, you can't just get it to just immediately top out. But if you try and play against it legitimately, it basically just becomes you but better. Also, on the topic of standard mode being at a disadvantage, why on earth is in Konoha? Why does standard start with less than half the time? You get 4 minutes 10 seconds when you start a run of Konoha in TGM rule. In standard rule, you only get 2 minutes. Yep, in TGM, so Konoha Easy is way easier on TGM rule because you don't have to do very many complicated spins in Konoha Easy. TGM rule Konoha is like many times easier simply because you start with more than double the time. I think I made a joke about how everybody always all the TGM players always like to say, world rule too easy in TGM3. So Arika's just decided, screw you all. We're just gonna make world rule harder. I mean, they do, but only really in hard difficulty. In easy, there isn't really any more Bravo setups than each other. Considering there's only, I, J, L, O, and T in easy, you don't really get that much more in SRS. Like most, like, I think basically all but maybe a couple. And even then, the ones that are like a couple are like only really recovery type maneuvers where you'd like use it to dig down and then do a normal Bravo. So yes, standard does not have an advantage due to the SRS in easy, and yet it still gets half starting time, which is so funny. I think yeah, the standard rule player is actually at a slight disadvantage, and I think they are aware of this, because the master titles are silver for standard rule and bronze for TGM rule. They are fully aware that they've made standard rule the more difficult rule. It's also, much harder in master as well, past 1000, I will say. Cyclone is way harder to deal with in SRS. Because ARS, is very simple and predictable, Cyclone is less of a problem. Even if you get a piece in like a bit of a weird rotation state, if you sort of get surprised by a piece, you're not really gonna get screwed by the piece suddenly jumping to somewhere else when you rotate, yeah. Oh, and the absolute funniest thing, the move resets are actually more lenient on TGM rule than on standard rule. Pre-1200 or in any other game mode, the move reset of TGM rule is more lenient. Why? Because in standard rule, you get 10 rotation, 10, let's see, let me get this correct, 10 movements or 4 rotations. And if you run out of one, of them, it'll disable resets. And that's how it works in both rules. If you run out of one, it'll disable resets completely. However, in TGM rule, you get those 10 movements and 4 resets, but you get those back every time the piece makes a step. So every time a piece would make a reset, like in how it would in TGM 1 through 3 in TGM rule, you get your resets back. Here, I can even show you. I have footage. I can find it. Watch how the O interacts. Left is standard, right is TGM. Why did... Notice how I rotate twice in standard. I rotate twice with the O at the top of the stack. I drop it down, but then I can't reset anymore for standard. But in TGM rule, I can drop the O down further and reset it even more. So yes, they've made standard rule the more difficult rule. Oh yeah, and the amount of resets is so low for standard rule. If you try and, in Xianui, if you try and do something like a DT Cannon or Imperial Cross, you'll quickly find how low those amount of resets are. You run out of resets in the middle of performing a the TST kick for the DT Cannon, for the first TSD, or for the first TSD of an Imperial Cross. So if you don't rotate quick enough, your piece will just lock unexpectedly. It's so dumb. Yeah, I think the most complex you can get away with is Imperial Cross, but even then, only one layer. You can't go any further. Like, if you've ever seen those funny T-spin setups by a player named Yakin, you can't do any of those. Because you just run out of resets and your T will just lock halfway through performing it. Yeah, yeah. You can't do any of those because your resets will just run out and you'll just die. I was so confused like when I was first playing Shiranui. Why can't I perform the first TSD of DT Cannon properly? Turns out I was running out of resets. That was what was happening. Oh yeah, the topic of Shiranui. Man, I really wish we could hit the Tetris Online Japan Tier 20 bot against the Tier 101 Shiranui bot, but I think the Tier 101 Shiranui bot would probably wipe the floor with it every single time. Look, the previous tiers are already extremely difficult, even though every tier other than tier 101 does not have access to the full to the full speed of ARR. Every single tier Shiranui tier can only do 30 Hz ARR. Only tier 101 can do 60 Hz ARR like the player. And even with one hand tied to its back, it's already really difficult. Even with one hand tied to its back, it's really difficult. Its downstacking game whenever you blast it with garbage is insane. They did, yeah. The Shiranui, they used the Shiranui bots for the trailer. I remember first seeing that trailer, I'm like, oh my god, they made the CPU toxic. It can do center 4 wide. It knows how to do a center 4 wide. We are so doomed. We are all doomed. It knows how to do center 4 wide. Yeah. In the trailer, if you look at in one of the trailers, if you look at the marathon footage, it does a DT into center 4 wide opener. It is so dumb. It doesn't fully commit to the 4 wide, but it definitely built up the sides and started comboing. So it knows how to do a combo setup. They made the Shiranui bot toxic. I can't believe this. I'm pretty sure he just out 4 wided the CPUs because I think that's what he did in his in the video he released of getting SM on both rules. He just out 4 wided the CPUs. I'm not even surprised. I'm never going to forget for the first week of TGM4, I had to play with one of the most scuffed rebind setups on my keyboard. Because, you know, the first week of TGM4, they didn't ship rebinding. So, what I had to do... So I have one of those keyboards that can be, like, fully configured by software. I had to basically rebind my keys in software outside the game. And it was the most jank setup ever because I think people were also saying... I think some people were also saying that keyboard controls were also really messed up for some reason in comparison to controller. Oh, I genuinely didn't realize who you are. Now that you mentioned that, now I know. I thought, oh, that's interesting. A second person did it. Oh, never mind. At least I know who you are now. Ah, okay, okay. Okay. I don't think so. Because I think Tetris DS Versus had items. Because I know in Heberis, the item set is a combination of TGM3 and what it says in the text file, Tetris DS items. I think I'm fairly certain you are allowed to make like gimmicky versus modes, you know, because otherwise fusion mode in Puyo Puyo Tetris would not exist. I think you are allowed gimmicky items. Yeah, there's like it's like a mixture of TGM3's items, and I think yeah, in the text file it says Tetris DS's items. I think it also was trying to make some original items, but I guess they were never implemented, but the graphics are still there. And some of them look absolutely evil, and I'm glad they never implemented it. Hardfield is basically Master Peaky before Master Peaky. I do not want to roll that in the middle of an item mode playthrough. Yeah, I wonder how far they got with that. Everest item mode is an interesting case. It's fun, but it's the kind it's like it's fun in the same way something like Mario Kart is fun. The chaos is the fun.
Wolves win.
Like you're not playing item mode for like a balanced experience. You're there to absolutely just break. It's just absolutely they just go, why on earth did it just give me that item combination? Or why did you give me this at this point in time? Or oh my god, clutch item. Anyway, here's my tier list of single player item mode items. Reflect the best item. Reflect the best item. Also, this is slightly incorrect. Remote control does do something in single player, but the effect is so subtle, you barely notice it a lot of the time. If you get remote control in single player item mode, it doubles up your inputs. Yeah, and also sets dash delay to 0 temporarily, from what it feels. But if you're playing at a high speed, it's like almost not noticeable. If you're playing 20G at high speed, it's like barely noticeable. It's a lot more noticeable at lower gravity. Left, right, reverse is the item that I absolutely hate the most. Up, down, reverse is not really that much of a problem, but left, right, reverse can go... You can go away. It can go in the corner and think about what it did. Also, yeah, I do agree. Grandmother Block is a hilarious name. Also, Miss, this yellow item, Miss, is... There's something funny about it. So, Reflect only blocks attack items. So let me put this. Reflect only blocks attack items, which are these things that are in red. And I think 16T as well. And I think Exchange Field. Yeah, Joke Miss is not an attack item, so it still gets you through a Reflect. I learned that the hard way. Not an attack item, so it still hits you through a Reflect. It's so funny. Death Block at the wrong time can also just instantly end your run if you didn't pay attention to what item is coming up. Imagine playing that happened to me I was playing already on rows like 16 and 17. I got Death Block. Immediately blocked the spawn point because I didn't realize it was Death Block. Whoops. Instant death. Master G1 item mode, at least you can what do you call it? Can do there is tech when it comes to items where if you get an item you don't want, you can wait for the next one. If it's less harmful than the item you just rolled, than you rolled before, you can clear that one, you can get that one, and it clears the old item from the field. It is luck-based, yeah, because you can still get 2 bad items in a row and then, whoops. I guess I'll die. Or even 3 bad items in a row, and it's just like, what am I doing with my life? Roll is a perfect example of why Cyclone in TGM4 is harder on SRS. Roll on ARS is partially neutralized if you can navigate your piece fast enough into a location where you cannot rotate it. But in SRS, there is still a pretty good chance that your piece is still going to be able to rotate and then send itself to somewhere you didn't expect. Fever with a question mark. I have absolutely no idea. I have a feeling it's probably something in the same vein. Oh, it gives you fever, but with the piece you clear it with instead of... Oh, that would be hilarious. You clear it with an S and you get... Or a Z and you get 7 S's or 7 Z's in a row. Welcome back, Bastet. So it's kind of like the 7 in a row effect in Tetris Effect Mystery Mode. Except, you know, dependent on what piece you clear it with instead of being random. Well, I say random, but like dependent on what piece is coming up next. Spotlight feels like a, what they call it, a slightly more tame version of X-Ray, so I guess that's why that was never implemented. What was that one that I really wanted to see? that one. Let me check. Boost fire definitely does something. It reduces the lock delay of your current. Yeah, it reduces the lock delay in 20G. Yeah, it reduces your ARE and lock delay. And I think it also slightly reduces your dash delay too. It basically just reduces all the delays in 20G. I think in 20G the real annoying one is magnet block. That's basically you get it and you instantly misdrop 3 pieces with no counterplay. Yep. You just pick that up and it's basically 3 instant misdrops with no counterplay whatsoever. Where's that item list? Here they are. Oh yeah, these are the unused ones. Spotlight is probably like a... God damn it. Spotlight is probably a There we go. Okay, Spotlight is probably like a slightly easier version of X-Ray, which is, I guess, that's why they didn't implement it. Spin field scares me because there could be so many things that could imply. Is it a visual effect where your field just spins? Or is it basically just 180-degree field? But there's already a 180-degree field item. So why would there be another one? Yeah, there is. Right here. 180 field. I get it all the time. I've definitely been screwed by it several times. Press field sounds interesting. I think these might be visual effects, like these two. Spin field and press field might be visual effects. I think if you've ever played Falling Down, maybe that's what press field does. Commuting the columns also already exists. It's a shuffle field. So I'm thinking these three might be visual effects. Because it's right next to Grandmother Block and Fake Next, which are also visual effects. So maybe these 5 are all visual? Like spin field, like starts spinning the field around the vertical axis, like how when you get Mirror Block, every time you do the thing. Shooting star spawns like 100 meters, oh that'd be funny. I don't know what ice block is, but maybe I don't want to know because it could be anything. It could be that it basically turns your stack slippery, such that when you start moving a piece, you can't stop it until it gets stuck. Or zero dash delay, or it could be like whenever you move a piece, it won't stop moving until it until it hits something. You know, like those ice sliding type puzzles. Or you know, it could just be Master Peaky all over again. Who knows what was in the mind of the original Hebrus developer. Spider field is probably its opposite, where you basically just have no ARR and you have to manually input all of your movements. Actually, yeah, these two are probably opposites. Ice block and spider field. Yeah, infinite dash delay, so you have to keep moving the piece manually. That would probably be annoying if you're playing on an arcade stick. That would probably kill your wrists. Hard field is self-explanatory, and I'm glad they didn't implement it. Hard block is already annoying. Hard field... Hey, wait, hang on a minute. Didn't I make that effect in a custom game mode? I think I did. I actually, I think, made hard field in a custom game mode I did for Adolfo Bino. As like one of the random effects it could give you. Because I made it similar to like mystery mode in Tetris Effect, where it just randomly performs dumb things. I think I actually did do hard field in that mode. It sucks. I don't exactly know. Move field left right sounds like it basically splits your stack into two and starts and moves them to the side, so it gives you a center well. Hard blocks as in like they take two clears to clear, right? Instead of one. Not the permanently frozen blocks like in Master Peaky. Yeah, that's also that sounds interesting. I think the three that I'm most interested in, however, are these three. What on earth is new? What on earth is fly? And what on earth is hyperfly? What do any of those mean? Especially since they're red. So they're attack items. Anti-gravity, so kind of like a Babylon Marathon from Oshisora's modes. That would be funny. Stack doesn't push that. Yeah, so fly and hyperfly. So fly, the stack doesn't go down when you clear a line. Hyperfly, the stack goes up instead. Kind of like the Babylon Marathon. But although, this one, what is new? What could possibly be so bad that you get an item that's called no? What could be so bad? Because no soft drop doesn't really change much unless you're playing ARS. Like, it does nothing in 20G SRS. Mistranslation. I wonder what they would be then. Fry? But then what would fry be? Oh, from Tetris Battle Guide. I don't think I'm aware of that, but that would make sense. But yeah, of all these items, definitely new interests me the most. Like, what is this? Oh, that's interesting. It's also from Tetris Battle Gaiden. Oh, yeah, I want to look this up now. See. Does anyone have info on this game at all, like online? Is Tetris.wiki still getting hammered by LLM scrapers? Can this language pop up? Please go away so I can see the search bar. Let's see. Fry fills the bottom 3 rows with blocks. These lines are cleared once the next piece is placed and the... Oh, that's why it's an attack item. So it essentially gives you a free triple. And then it also sends 3 lines. Thing. I wonder how that works with TGM copy garbage. That is true. You could use Fry to basically do a Septatris. Hyper Fry, then, if it could probably fill more lines, which is cool. I'm trying to find all the other ones. Oh, left-right field is also from Tetris Battle Gaiden. It's Moses. The playfield is split into two. The blocks on the left and center are pushed 2 columns to the left, and blocks on the right are pushed 2 columns to the right. Blocks at the extremities are pushed out and lost. Okay, it probably doesn't lose you the columns, but it maybe the way that they're going to implement it in Hebris is not going to use columns, but Oh wait, Tetris Battle Gaiden also has a version of roll. Interesting. Oh yeah, no. Tetris Battle Gaiden does also have Hyper Fry with four rows instead. So you can make an Octotris potentially. Oh no, yeah, there's a lot of items that ended up in Heberus that also are in Tetris Battle Gaiden. Like there's reverse, double, clear, exchange field. Oh, here it is. Press pushes the player stacked together 1 row, eliminating the 2 center columns and down 3 rows. Oh. Oh yeah, and here it is. Nue. Stops the opponent from soft dropping for 4 pieces. Well, that doesn't really do anything in Everest. I guess that's why they didn't end up implementing it, because that does literally nothing except specifically screw over the classic rule sets. Oh, never mind. Hard field does also exist in TBG. Here it is, Ninja's level 4, Medusa. Converts the blocks in the opponent fields to stone blocks. Oh no, it's real. It's real! Oh no, and here's Fly as well. Sorry, no. Oh, never mind. This is a different one. For the opponent's next pieces, cleared lines do not drop the pieces from the row above them. Oh no. Wait, there's all... Oh no. Wait, no. Yeah, it also has the left-right move as well. Look, as Ninja's level 1, Assemble. Pushes all the players' blocks to one side of the field. I think this might be Shooting Star, actually. Bits level 1, Stardust. I think this might be Shooting Star, Stardust, Bits level 1. 9 stars will fall in random locations in the player's field, clearing lines. Cleared lines are not sent to the opponent. But it's an attack item. But it's marked as an attack item in Heberus. So I guess, does it remove 9 of your lines? Then why isn't it green? Or blue? I don't know. Oh, wait, and here's Fever question mark as well for Bits level 2. Until a combined total of 6 pieces are placed by both players, every piece in the pool will be a copy of the piece the player had before activation. Here's Fever question mark. Here's Shuffle Field. The opponent's Bits level 4, Mambo. The opponent's stack is randomly shuffled. Wait, Princess's level 1 is basically the 16-ton item. Fires a beam of light that clears 3 adjacent columns off the player's field. Can be directed. That's basically the 16-ton item in Heberus. Oh my god. Wait. Princess's level 4 is also Copy Field. Wait. Top replaces the player's field with a copy of their opponent's. Yeah. Oh wait, Aladdin's level 4 is Remote Control. Yeah, like you said, Aladdin's level 3 is also a variant of copy field. And level 4 and Shaman's level 4 prayer is basically a better version of the random item in Hebrus, where that just gives you literally anything. And Shaman's level 2 is roll roll. Well, a version of roll roll. Oh yeah, and Halloween's level 4 is basically shotgun, as he said. Destroy random blocks in the opponent's field. Yeah, that is basically just shotgun. I guess maybe that's where all the extra items are coming from. Like for Heberus. Like it was probably planned to have 3 item sets. TGM, DS, and TBG. And I guess the original Heberus extended edition implementer couldn't didn't have time to implement it before development just kind of died. And the current version of Heberus CE also seems to make no attempt to re-implement them. Or didn't know what TBG was. But there's so many coincidentally the same items and attacks. And considering this is a Japanese game, and Heberus originally, was made by a guy on Japan on 2chan of all places, and probably the maintainers that made the EX version are also from there. Surely, at least maybe not the CE guys, but the UE guys, the one before CE. Because CE is basically a modern re-implementation of UE, right? So maybe the UE people who after Hosiken knew it, yeah. Ninja's level 3 sounds absolutely hilarious as a versus mode item. Imagine getting that to setting that to a player and make clear lines, and it just does not work. I think it just yeah. Man, I wish people wanted to make gimmicky versus modes these days. Everybody only wants a guideline versus. Nobody wants the funny versus with items anymore. Oh yeah, that sounded really cool actually. Like, so basically like a more flexible version of Asuka. I suppose. I assume also balanced a lot better than Asuka. Considering, you know, the absolute disaster that was the CTWC 2025 Asuka races. Yeah, standard rule players are at a slight disadvantage, and I'm not even kidding. This isn't even a meme. It actually is just true. Also, TBG was by Bulletproof Software. What? I've only now just noticed. What? What do you mean TBG was made by Bulletproof Software? You mean the same people that made uh Super Tetris 3, Bombliss? Are you telling me this is the same people that made TBG? What? So you're telling me there is a direct lineage from TBG to Tetris Party, and I guess Tetris Party DX, Tetris Party, the original Tetris Party, which then can also have a further lineage to Tetris Party DX, and also Tetris Axis on the 3DS. And now we're back to here, where the only game that seems to dare, the only two Tetris implementations that dare to be different, like wildly different, that is, are Tetris Effect and TGM4. Man, why can't we have all spin? TTC, please let us have all spin. At least maybe not the absolutely scuffed implementation that, what do you call it? That funny Tetris visual novels have. Have I ever explained the all spin implementation in the one, in those, in Amagami Tetris, that Tetris visual novel? Because that has all spin. It's by the same people who made Tetris Online Japan. Okay, there was a Tetris visual novel. Okay. So, let me change my... Okay. So, this is a collaboration between Tetris and I think the either an anime or a VN series, Amagami. It has all spin. And it's one of the most cursed implementations of all... Yes, it does use the skin from TOJ. It indeed does. And you know what the worst part is? I figured out why the game didn't have rebindable controls. The game is a Flash game, right? But the way they made it was that they had a visual novel engine, and the Tetris sections are just SWF files. And there is a separate file for every single battle that you do in the game. A separate Flash file. That's why you can't customize its controls. Because what it does is that it uses the VN engine for the VN sections, but then whenever it's a battle section, it puts up a Windows web view with the SWF file of that battle. And there's a separate file for every battle. Yeah, it just uses the TOJ engine, but extended to have Allspin, and it's one of the most cursed implementations of Allspin you've ever seen. Here, let me show the decomp that I got of the action script. It is so cursed. Let me pop this up as a source. Not now. Okay, here it is.
Guessing.
See. Okay, found it. Hello? Why isn't OBS capturing it? Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh god, I'm sorry that the font is absolutely tiny. Let me fix that. How do I change this again? References. Table. There we go. How do I change the font? I don't remember how to do this. Oh wait, no, it's in the... It's in style configurator, I think, not preferences. Yeah, here it is. That's too big. That's better. Is it? Yeah, that's better. Okay, so the way that the all spin works is that every... Wait, no, hang on. Every single piece rotation state has its own set of points of like relative coordinates that it's compared to for all spin. Every single one of them has individually set points in these functions, and there's multiple different points. And then the spin types are also categorized into ranks, where if the spin rank exceeds a certain amount, it counts as a normal spin. But if it doesn't exceed past a certain rank, it's a mini spin. That's why the normal SRS like S spin double that you would normally do or Z spin double are minis. You have to use the SST or ZST kick if you want to get a non-mini S or Z spin double. Every single one of these has been manually set. And you know what the most cursed part is? Read that name. There are spin points for O pieces. The only reason why that you can't do an O spin is because the engine specifically has been coded to not count O rotations as spins. But it does have a spin table, but the engine cannot recognize them. But it does have a spin table. Every O state has a spin table. I do not know why they did this, but they did this. And considering that they're all rank B, none of them are mini spins. I think, if I'm not mistaken. None of them are mini spins. If the engine could recognize them, then I can hack it to enable O spins. Let's see if I can... The problem is you'll have to hack them individually, because every single battle is a separate SWF file. So you would have to patch multiple of them. And the VN engine has absolutely nothing to do with the actual Tetris gameplay. All it does when it wants to load up Tetris gameplay is to pop open a Windows web view and put the SWF in. Okay, that's fair. I have the installers, I think. This? Yes, these are the 3 installers. Okay. Let me put these in a Google Drive. I have nowhere else to host these, so I'll put these on a Google Drive. One sec. Folder. Amagami Tetris. Oh yeah, you will have to run these with the locale set to Japanese, otherwise it just won't work. And I'm fairly certain it doesn't work on unless Proton or Wine can emulate the ActiveX Flash player. These will not work outside of Windows, I think. So you'll probably have to, so if you're not on Windows, you'll probably have to use a VM or dual boot into Windows. Yeah, this is some ancient technology, some ancient Windows jank that this game is channeling. So I don't know if Wine will like it or Proton.
Why did you only have a classic?
I should not have done this. Now my network is lagging. I should have done this later. Oh well. It's running now. I think the part that truly amazes me is the fact that every single one of these piece states and spin tables are individually written in their own functions. Every single one of these were just handwritten. So you get hilarious things like, why does the normal S or Z spin double? Why are they minis? Because they hard-coded it that way. They did not use any kind of automatic differentiator for minis and full spins. They just hard-coded everything. Also, yeah, look, here's all the spin ranks. I think after a certain threshold, it counts as a mini. Like, below a certain rank, it counts as a mini. Above a certain rank, it counts as a full spin. I don't exactly know how it works, because I couldn't decipher enough of the action script to figure it out. The decompiled action script to figure it out. Oh my god, these are going to take so long to download. Did I get these from somewhere? Okay, maybe not from Tetris Wiki. Was it archive.org that I got these from? Because this is taking way too long to upload. It has to have been from archive.org, right? Where else would I have gotten this from? Who is going to host files for this random VN Tetris other than archive.org? Because someone uploaded them there. And if you're wondering about the story, by the way, the story is not worth it. It's not worth it if you don't speak Japanese, and even if you do know Japanese, it's still not worth it. I think I had somebody who did know who is Japanese go through it. They said it was one of the most depressingly boring stories ever. As in, like, it's so normal. There is nothing exciting to look forward to. It just is a thing. It's not really, unless you're like a die-hard fan of Amagami. Yeah, that's the thing. I heard Amagami is good, but like this game, no, there's nothing really. It's not worth it. If you want Amagami, just go to Amagami. Don't go through here. It's kind of ass. The story is pretty ass in these three collaboration games. Yeah, exactly. Don't do this. And there's different. You know what? You know what really is like confusing me though. They managed to get a persistent difficulty selection working, but not persistent rebindable controls. I think the last person who tried to do that just sort of stopped because of how absolutely bored they got. Yeah, I think they stopped in their translating simply because they couldn't the mid got to them. It was way too the mid got to them. They had enough. Archive.org, please. I beg you. Okay, fine. Archive.org isn't working. I'll just wait for these uploads then. And then I'll send you the share link. Like I think we got to the I think during the time when me and the other person were like investigating this game like a couple of years ago, we got to the point where it's like there's a character in there that has a cardboard box on their head, and we were both just like the cardboard box has more personality than what any of the other characters is displaying in the games. Oh yeah, it also has this. 1 minute. Like we both just agreed. We both collectively agreed. The cardboard box on that guy's head has more personality than a lot of the characters in whatever story they tried to make in these three collaboration games. It's probably better in the original Amagami, but oh my god, it's just so ass. Hang on, let me send something. I have footage of one of the things in the game, in one of the games. There is a guy in one of the games with one of the most English of English voices you've ever heard in your entire life, and it is actually grating. It goes past the point of being charming, and it's actually just grating to listen to. I don't actually know about Simple Gear English, but it definitely makes me die inside. There. It just take a couple seconds to listen to the guy's voice, and you'll understand quickly why I said what I said. It's the guy in the pink shirt, not the main character, by the way. Not the main character. Oh my god, his name is even Mike. I've just realized. he has like he has one of those like accents where it's like there is no way this isn't somebody trying to pretend they're a foreigner speaking Japanese. The voice, whoever did this voice was basically doing the voice of it's a Japanese person acting as a foreigner trying to speak Japanese like that. It's this is what it sounds like. Especially in the battle. If you scroll to the part where the Tetris battle begins, that's where actual suffering begins. My god, his name is Michael Gallagher. Yeah. Like, you get to the battle section, this guy's voice gets insufferable. Why is he moaning? I just realized, why is he moaning? During the Tetris battle, what is happening? Bro is climaxing from a Tetris battle. Oh man, I haven't played Toho Mino in ages. Maybe I should revisit it sometime. I am convinced that oh yeah, when he loses, he bloody goes, "Nyo!" He literally goes, "No," and he loses. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh my god. Also, the default controls are awful. Let's put it that way. They managed to make a persistent difficulty selection across all the SWFs from the main menu, but not rebindable controls. I think when I was playing this was way before I got my rebindable keyboard. So in that video, I think what I had to do was I had to rebind my actual keyboard on Windows to the using one of those programs that let you rebind, like physically change the key codes that are being registered by Windows. It's one of those that are like persistent throughout the entire thing between, and you have to like restart the computer. You see what I mean? Why does he sound like that? He sounds like the acting directions in the studio were just, give us your best Nihongo Jozu foreigner accent. You understand what I mean? Whoever they got to voice act this guy, his directions, give us your best Gaijin Nihongo Jozu type accent. And that's what they did. That's what they did. Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's a Japanese person in the recording studio trying to sound like a foreigner. And they overdid it, basically. Do the amount of excessive loanwords and everything, they really overdid it. They really overdid it. I will say, however, as much as I complain, at least the Amagami Tetris games are functional Tetris games. You can play them, and they don't crash. They don't, well, they're jank simply because, you know, they require ActiveX Flash Player of all things. Like, seriously, it refuses to run without ActiveX Flash Player. As in, it runs, but then as soon as you get to a Tetris section, the game just dies. And if the game crashes during one of the VN portions, it actually crashes out to the point where you can actually see the VN runtime that they're using and the scripting language that it uses. Here. Can I find a screenshot? And when was it that I managed to revive this thing? Yeah, whoever was on the who was writing this was like, okay, we gotta think up of the most American-sounding name you can possibly think of, and they landed on Michael Gallagher. Here. This is, I think, whatever visual novel engine that they're using. So if the game hard crashes for any reason or another because of some weird error, it just boots into this, boots itself into this, which is I think the VN Engine script editor. And I think this was where I found out, oh, it's just embedding SWFs in web views. So it really is just two things taped together via web views. You have a visual novel engine on one side, you've got some Flash games on the other side, and they're taped together with this rickety bridge of ancient Windows technology that is no longer supported. Neither by Microsoft and neither by Adobe. It is one of the most finest examples of jank I've ever seen. But functional jank, that is. I think we both know the other game that I'm referring to. That is non-functional jank. Not only is it jank, it's not even the fun kind of jank because it doesn't work. Oh, you know, this particular game by THQ. I have crashed every single time I've tried to do a secret grade. This is Tetris Elements. It was released sometime after Tetris Worlds, and it is non-functional jank. Like, that's all I can put it that way. It barely works. Yeah, now you remember that one. It's so... The controls are awful. No, not Tetris Ultimate. This game, I'd argue, is worse. Simply because it gives the illusion that it works, but it doesn't. It crashes all the time. The timings of everything feel so inconsistent. What are these spawn states? Like, what are these spawn states? T spawns upside down, J and L spawn vertically, the I spawns vertically, and in fact can kill you if it overlaps the stack like that. Hold preserves the rotation state. And the SRS implementation is hilariously broken. I don't know if you remember exactly, but man, the SRS implementation of this game is hilariously broken. Absolutely, it feels random. It genuinely feels random with how some pieces act. Oh, anyway, Tetris Elements. I forgot I had that auto command on one of my bots. Oh my god. I forgot I had that command for the I had that as like a trigger word for the bots. If somebody mentions Tetris Elements, it just says don't mention it ever again. What is Tetris Elements? Probably one of the worst guideline games to ever be released. Hang on, let me change my category. There is no general, Oh my god, there's a category for it on Twitch. Why? Oh my god, there's an actual category for it. No. Now that I've changed everything, I can now just set it to say that I guess that means I can close Tetris to Grandmaster. Let me close TGM3. I've had enough of that. Let's see. Which one is it? Is it you? It's you. Oh, I forgot! No! I shouldn't launch it like that. I shouldn't launch it like that because it overrides, it tries to go to full screen. Ah, great, my taskbar is messed up now. It forces itself into 640 by 480 full screen. I have to launch it via this thing. Ah, yes, I forgot I named the shortcut garbage. Welcome to Pure Ass. Also, if this really was made on Imagine Engine, that is absolutely ridiculous because I have played so many like educational type games on Imagine Engine back when I was younger. So that implies that this game was made on an engine that was originally made for educational type games. Like, I'm talking these Dora the Explorer type edutainment games that I used to play when I was like 4. Yes, I will be all H's. Oh, it's got 6 variants, so you would think, ah, 6 variants. It could be, that's interesting. You know, oh no, it's got 6 variants, and you can customize between them, like Marathon, I think this is Sprint, or Ultra. Like, oh, that sounds interesting. But then you load up the game and you see this. You look how you can notice that the sounds cannot overlap with each other, so the movement sounds interrupt themselves. Also, yeah, look at it. No, this is not guideline compliant. At least it fails to be guideline compliant. Do you want to see some grade A jank? When it feels like it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. That's the thing. It's a gamble. Every single time you try and do that, sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Also, look at that. My piece just skipped. I think my overlay is wrong. I think, yeah, my overlay is wrong. Yeah, my overlay is wrong. Just ignore my, key overlay. Let me rebind my keys then. Okay, there. Yeah, it plays the rotation sound backwards if you're rotating left. I think this was one of the examples I put in one of my, Why did it go there? What do you mean? What was that? Okay. Hang on, I swear there was like a super janky kick you can do with a T. I think it's even worse than what I'm trying to show. Because I remember doing it as like an example. I think it might be even more extreme than what I've been showing. I did not press right twice, it still moved twice to the right anyway. You have to experience these controls to know when I say these controls are horrifyingly bad. It's newer than Tetris World, so I think it's gotta be like 2005. I think this came out around the same time as TGM3. TGM3 shares release years, I think, with this. I think. Actually, no, I think this might be 2001. I think this might be older. Or 2002. Okay, no, I think this is the kick. This is it, I think. Hang on, let me get an eyepiece. Hang on. Hang on. I know for a fact that you can do a really janky kick with the T. I know there's a super janky kick you can do with the T. I'm just trying to remember what it looks like. Oh, there we go! Look at this! I think that's a 2-2 kick. I'm pretty sure that is a 2-2 kick. No, it's like a... What? Look at that! I just phased that T through the S. Here, let me get another one. Look at that! What on earth kind of a kick is that? This puts Textmaster World to shame for how broken it is. Man, people thought Textmaster's SRS implementation was bad. At least that's a fan game. This is a licensed game. Also, yeah, I just topped out. Because... Oh my god, you can still see the part of the J cut off in the top right corner. It can't even game over properly. Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but holding preserves the rotation state. Not me this time. Holding preserves the rotation state of the piece. So you can absolutely screw yourself if you're not careful. Also, it's got all these game modes. I think one of these modes in particular caused me to completely lose it. The ice one. Here, let's look at the rules. Icicles are forming at the top of the matrix. There are two types, regular and giant. Once they reach their maximum size, they'll crack off and fall down to the bottom of the matrix. Regular icicles capture any falling tetraminos in its path and will drive the individual tetramino blocks through the locked tetraminos at the bottom of the matrix. I'll let that sink in for a bit. I'll show you the consequences of what that means. Oh my god, these controls are so unresponsive. It's lagging. How is it lagging? Come on. I'm waiting for one of these, like, normal icicles to, go somewhere that I want it to. Did you just see that? I just did an S Tetris. That O just turned into a Z. No, that wasn't an ice spin triple. That was an ice spin. Wait, no, was it a triple? Oh, it must have been a triple. I must have missed the fourth line. I think it was a Tetris. No, it was a Tetris. It was an S spin. It was an ice spin Tetris. And only now that I've just watched that, I realized that when I was playing this on my older laptop, it was even more broken. Because in my older laptop, you didn't even see that animation. The icicle would just fall instantly, hit your piece, and it'll just teleport everything instantly to the bottom. So somehow, on an older version of Windows, this is even more broken. Faulty game. Abnormal program termination. It just... This game can't even run. That was... And the thing is, it failed to write to a version of program files that shouldn't have been write protected. Because that was on my backups folder, which should not have been write protected, because I've already, like, changed all the permissions on those. That's not my normal program file, so it failed to write to a location that it had permission to access. 10 out of 10 game. It failed to write to a location it had permission to write to. Quality game. Stratosphere has also absolutely broken my mind when I first played it. I've just realized it reset my controls. My controls didn't save. Also, there's only one next here. Same as in Ice. Because what is consistency? Oh wait, no, I think it's because this mode is default goes to one next. So this mode has a gimmick. That absolutely broke me the first time I saw it. You hear that sound? We are now playing Breakout, let's go. Time for the world's worst all clear. Look at how jittery this piece movement is, by the way. Never mind, no all clear. I wish this game controlled better, because that could have been an interesting gimmick. But no, because the game controls like hot garbage, it's miserable. And it just happened again. Oh my god. Uh... this game makes me miserable. This game makes me miserable, man. It had the potential to be somewhat interesting, but it's just so bad. Ten out of 10 in the jank department, that's for sure. Is one of the Tetris games of all time. Truly. I mean, I guess now that I mentioned it, I guess I should actually show the thing. Oh, I mentioned the thing a while ago. I should actually just at least show it. Where did I reinstall this? Uh-oh, I don't remember where I downloaded this. Uh Where did I download this? Oh wait, that reminds me. Now let's hope I didn't. Okay, now I'm hoping I haven't been thinking wrong the whole time, but okay, that should be the VN games. Okay, here's the one that I reinstalled. And it's broken again. Oh no, I just had to launch it with Japanese locale, otherwise it didn't work. Wow, it doesn't want to be recorded. It knows its ass. Oh no, never mind, I got it to work. Here we are, welcome to mid. I have just realized I haven't bound my push to talk button on my keyboard layout that lets me play this game. 1 minute. I don't think Twitch is going to have a category for this absolute piece of mid. Yeah, no, I am not changing this category to Amagami. I'm just gonna keep it as Tetris Elements. Is this thing working? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's TOJ basically, but I think the way that they've set up the delays are... they're a bit slow, let's put it that way. Like, too slow. I mean, I understand why, because they probably tried to market this to people who aren't Tetris players, but... Oh my god. That's the how to play. No, that's the control. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, what were the default controls like? Oh yeah, it uses like the standard guideline default controls, which is why it's like really meh. Okay, here's the settings. So from what I've noticed, easy is like you can beat it while asleep. I haven't tried normal. Hard is actually, you know, comparable to something like maybe Puyo Puyo Tetris's late, like harder AI. Okay, no, that's overselling it. It's not that hard. You don't have to try hard to beat it. It's just, and then you have to play, but you don't have to like sweat in order to beat hard difficulty if you like play enough Tetris. Yeah, I think it's basically like normal difficulty AI and PPT. It's like you have to play, but you don't have to like try hard your ass off to beat it. Anyway. Oh yeah, and because this game was only ever released in Japan, of course it's only in Japanese, so... Time to make like a big boss from MGS3 and just go, this isn't interesting. This isn't interesting. I think this game's also too obscure for translations. I wish you can hear how hard I am just clicking my mouse at the moment. Alright, here we go, the first actual Tetris battle. Like, it's just TOJ, it doesn't handle that bad. But the all spins are so jank. That's a mini spin, by the way, that Z spin I just did. Because of course that's a mini spin, because, you know, they hard-coded it to not be a full spin. Because the horizontal S and Z don't have full spins. Also, I love how this game can have vertical... a next piece above the playfield, but TGM4 apparently can't. Oh, hello. I really want to make a dumb joke. Amagami does what Arika... no, that's too dumb. I'm not making that joke. That's too dumb. No, that is too dumb. Because I know it's not their fault. It's probably Guideline being super annoying. Yeah, that's the joke. Amagami does what Arika. Again, this is probably... I assume this would be more interesting to somebody who is into Amagami and also can understand Japanese. But I guess if you only have... but I guess if you only just understand Japanese and are not interested in Amagami, apparently this is also just mid. This is also apparently just mid. Again, I really do not care about the story because, you know, I don't understand any of it anyway. I can only maybe read every second word in the sentence and then not be able to piece them together into coherent sentences. But yeah, it is basically just the gameplay is basically pretty similar to like a classic Puyo Puyo game. It's just a CPU battle gauntlet with story in between. Hi, have you heard of our Lord and Savior, the donation spin? I have unironically done a double donation spin in order to try and beat one of the Shiranui AIs in TGM4 before. But that's only because things were getting desperate. As in, I had to stretch a ledge using an S, like a Z, like so far to the right just to get it under the overhang. All of them, but clearly except for that one guy who instead was no. I think that guy is the only thing carrying that particular game. Not because he's any good, but because he's different. Because oh my god, there is like if you're just interested in Tetris and you're like, oh, this looks interesting. Yeah, no, playing this for the gameplay is not. See, the thing is, it's not a bad game. Like, by no means is this a bad Tetris game, it's just... there's really nothing. It's kind of a nothing burger, the thing. It's basically, yeah, just TOJ CPU battles. With a VN taped to it. So again, it's more akin to something like the classic Puyo Puyo games. Tetris offline Japan, exactly. Well, not exactly. If you don't have ActiveX Flash Player installed, it'll actually offer you to download it for you. It doesn't download anything nowadays. Whatever server it downloads them from is dead. Is long dead. But it does try and do that. But it offers... It gives you the offer to do so. If you don't have ActiveX Flash Player. Wait, don't I have a copy of that working copy of that one other Tetris game? The one that didn't reward TSTs? Hang on, get this out of here. Don't I have this? Oh yeah, I do. Hold on a minute. I actually realized I haven't tested something on it. There is something I haven't tested on it. No, that's the wrong one. Which one of these is the correct one? Is the correct binary? I found it! Tetris Zone. I'm pretty sure this one is unique simply because it doesn't reward TSTs. It just counts them as Tetrises. Sorry, not Tetrises. It just counts them as triples. Because I guess TSTs are too overpowered. Even though the real issue is the fact that T-spins overall just have more priority than everything else. The master mode is not really that interesting. It's basically just marathon but fast. It's kind of like extreme mode in Nopomino. Like that's it. It doesn't go as fast as like Tetris Effect's master mode. It's just marathon but fast. There is, however, one thing that I haven't tested that I now want to test. At least it has rebindable controls. So, you know. Thanks, BPS. This is a BPS game, if I remember correctly. No, actually. There is one thing that I haven't tested regarding this game. And I think some people might know it. Why is Control rotating my piece? Why did it just crash? Did pressing Control and a bunch of other keys crash the game? Me. It actually crashed. It's crashed like it is in fact polymers. Yeah, I haven't actually tested. Does it have TSDM? And now it doesn't want to start. Great. It's actually just busted. Okay, I guess I just shouldn't say anything. Because my push-to-talk key breaks the game. What? Why is it crashing? It worked before. I managed to play a full game of Master before. Why is it crashing now? Oh my god, it's just a double. It didn't even count as a T-spin. I think I know why as well. I think T-spins that uses the final kick do not count. T-spins that use the final kick, the plus minus one, 2 kicks, do not count as T-spins. Yeah, that's what they did in order to nerf. Either that or it's because maybe it's because it didn't even recognize it as a T-spin. Let me test something. Also, that ASMR voice. Why did they make the Why is it ASMR? Okay, no, it's not because of the TST kick. I guess they just didn't even recognize the TSD mini. So it doesn't recognize TSD minis at all. TSD minis just don't work. So Finn and ISO should still count because they're full TSDs. It's only Neos that are TSDMs that don't count because this game doesn't recognize TSDM. Also, I just noted, I don't know if you noticed, this game shares sound effects with Tetris Elements. I hate it so much. Hang on. No, I think Izo and Finn should both still count because they're both full TSDs, if I'm not mistaken. It's just Neo, the one that I did at the start, with no, the one that I did a bit ago, which is TSDM, if I'm not mistaken. Some of it's sound effects as Tetris Worlds, but then I think some of it is also from Tetris Elements. Or at the very least, it uses the same samples to create the sound effects. That sound effect sounds a lot like the some of the menu sounds, I think. Yeah, the lock delay does actually speed up. I'm still not over the ASMR special line clear announcements. Who thought this was a good idea? Oh god, it's in Tetris Worlds? I guess I never noticed. For Tetris Worlds, the most that I played on was the GBA version. Because of retro achievements. I love how there's a retro achievement for making a whoever made the retro achievement set for the GBA Tetris Worlds added one for building the first half of Secret Grade. This game is kind of similar to that one Jewel remaster game Erika made where it originally connected to a server, but I think someone managed to release a patch to make it offline. Yeah, yeah, that one. Because really, this game does not require anything. A bit like a bit like that Jewelry Master game. All it needed the server connection for was just a leaderboard. That's it. It didn't really have anything else exciting. It's just guideline Tetris. That's it. There's nothing interesting much about it. What other things do I have sequestered away in this Huh? Oh wait, hang on, this is yours! Why do I have this? Wait, did I download this when you sent this somewhere? I just have a directory on my Tetris, my old laptop's backup Tetris folder. That just says PS Vita TGM. I think this one's yours. Let's see. Does it run? Oh wait, hang on. It loads. Oh god, it's not being captured properly. Okay, let's see. Can I figure this out? Can I figure out the controls on this? What did I just do? Why did it change? What button did I press? ASD spacebar, got it. I forgot to put the sound effects on OBS app. I've got to put the sounds through on OBS. Okay. Okay, now it should work. No, I didn't mean to click that. Get back here. Wrong button. Uh-huh. What is extended?
Levy
I'll figure it out.
long.
Oh, okay. Okay, and this is just TGM sounds, okay. I just tried to hold and it didn't do anything. I forgot I picked standard. Okay, so this is... I saw that you got TGM1, I think that was TGM2 and TA Death, right? Master modes of TGM1 and 2 and TA Death, right? I don't know what version of this is, yeah. I should show my really dumb... Okay, I should show my really stupid Tetris implementation that I just sort of stopped making because the tech depth got too high. Okay, hang on. Let's see. I do have time for this? Yes, I do have time for this. I want to show the dumb one that I tried to make. I do not remember what I called it, but I know it was something stupid. I never renamed it, I think. It's somewhere in my old C# projects from my old laptop. It's somewhere in here. Hang on. Where is it? I don't remember. Is it this? I think it's this. Game bloody uses XNA. Not even mono game or FNA. No, it uses raw XNA. I don't even know if this is going to be if I can compile this anymore. If I try to open it in Visual Studio. Because I don't think I have XNA installed on this computer. Like the XNA development kit, not the runtime. I definitely have the runtime because thanks Terraria. I never made a release build. What is wrong with me? Oh yeah, I also didn't provide any way to restart the game, so if you lose, you gotta close out the executable and restart the thing. I should preemptively turn down the volume, because I know for a fact that it's loud. Do you get captured? Oh my god, you do. Oh man, I made this thing. What an actual... Hang on. There was a particular button combo I needed to press for this. Because I know if I don't do that, the controls are going to be horrid. Oh yeah, that's why everything was so bad. Everything is just in this 120 kilobyte file. C# file. Why did I just put everything in one file? I didn't know how to program back then, so I just... Let's see, did I call it modernize? No, wait, did I call it... Classic control, that's it. It's backslash. Why is it backslash?
Levy, gong.
It's not SRS. Let's put it that way. It's not SRS. I already messed up. Hold on. It's not SRS. It's an extended version of detet rotation. Because this was made around a time when I was like really obsessed with detet. I mean, it's based game. This was made around a time when I was like really obsessed with detet. So I made it like a detet rotation. It's actually a slightly modified detet rotation. I think I gave it up kicks and also reversed the processing order of left and right, which probably wasn't a good idea.
Levy,
But I think the biggest crime is that the controls are extremely slippery. It's SRS rotation states, but with detet rotation kicks. I have no idea what I was smoking when I made this. I think I stole sounds off of both TGM3 and Nopamino for this. And I think one random sound... Oh god, I forgot I implemented a bloody cool and regret system. Why? Fast self, why? Fast self, you really hate yourself this much. Oh my god, I made the controls so slippery because I didn't know how to do this thing called proper input handling. It also commits the cardinal sin of the J-piece being way too dark. Why did I implement the cool regret system from TGM3 into this? Did I really just hate myself that much? Oh yeah, there's medals too, because sure. I think the TM is basically the, what they call it, the ST medal. Wait, no, it's not the ST medal, I forgot what it is. Okay, that's the SK medal, everybody, I think people know what that is. The music is just all bloody Calamity mod OST, because this was made at around the time when I was really into it. Also, what the heck is that kick? You can tell how dated this is, because you can carbon date this to around the 2018 era, because the 2018 era, because this was around the time when I was into everything that counted for what makes this a thing. Or it's like by all the sounds and everything that I use in this. You can carbon date this thing. Yes, this is basically a crossover, like a world's dumbest crossover game. Yeah, don't forget TGM as well. Also, I really like that detail my past self left in. Then the whole box takes the color of the piece that's in there. HS is high score, I believe. My keycap fell off. My right keycap fell off. Yeah, there's grades past GM. I'll give a better demonstration in a bit. I need to be right back. I might be a while though. I'll give a better demonstrations when I get back and get used to these controls again, because they're so slippery. The one thing I will say is, other than the font, every piece of visual... I mean, like, other than the font and the backgrounds, I made all the sprites. Other than the font and the backgrounds, so... The field, the block skin and the bone blocks and the medals, those are mine. The font is... and backgrounds are not mine. Obviously, everything else, like the sounds and stuff. Fixing it up is going to be pretty difficult, considering there's like 1,000 miles of tech debt on it. Okay. Back. Let's run up the steps. No Windows, I don't want Avowed Premium Edition. Oh, this thing. Let me give a better demonstration because that was really bad. I think I also added an all clear medal and 2 more. Start exploring my files. Oh wait, I packed all of the content into XNA's format. I have the raw file somewhere. Oh, I do actually. Here's a bunch of stuff. Okay, so I've now, having looked at this again, I've now just found again the really interesting way I handled the speed curve with regards to like cools. So, since every section has a section cool, basically that's now 24 speed levels with 23 extra that you need to accommodate for cools. So I think what I did was that the backgrounds go through like a predetermined, set of backgrounds. But if you pass, I think, I think what if you pass 1,000 with all of the cools, you go to this background with the bone blocks. You go to this fire background, and I think you get the bone blocks. Before that speed level, you never get the bone blocks. So I think if you play through the game normally, as like if you never get any section cool, I think you just never see this. What else is in here? Okay, so I have 6 medals. I have the skill medal, SK, the combo medal, CO, TM, which I think... Okay, I have I have all clear. HS, I think, is high score, but I forgot what TM is. Let me check. Because I have the source code. What is TM? Okay, here's TM. It looks like TM is your okay, so TM is for the amount of section cools you got, it looks like. I have no idea why it's called TM, but sure. Why is this path duplicated twice? Okay, here, let's try getting a better demo of this.
Ready, go.
It's symmetric, the rotation system, so no Mihail's conspiracy Oops. Forgot how fast this gets. Also, what on earth are these grades? Let me check. What is this grade table anyway? My god, why did I put everything in one file? So past GM, we have I have no idea what IW, DM, LH, and TG stand for. I have no idea what any of these stands for. Because it has been literal years. And I have already forgotten what my past self was thinking. Yeah, this goes all the way to Shirase 1200 speed. Alright then. Hey, what's this? TGM Plus is self-explanatory, but I still have no idea what IWGM LHEG? Yeah, I have no idea what those mean.
Levy. Gong.
Yeah, I just came back from what I needed to do. 'Cause I'm trying to remember how I put everything together. Because it looks like bone blocks unconditionally start at level 1000, and the background... Okay, so the background cycle is weird. The backgrounds follow like a normal set of backgrounds, but then if you pass a certain speed level, it forces it onto that fire background. I think that's how I did it. And I found out what all the medals did. PM is basically just the amount of cools you get. I have no idea why I called it PM. HS is in fact high score, and then I think there's a re and a combo medal. I have no idea how I got... I don't exactly know what the threshold is. Like, I haven't checked what the threshold is to get a re medal. Like how high you have to go up, and then go back down in order to get a re medal. Like, so just to put into perspective the absolute technical depth of this, the rotation function is a nested if. Apparently I have not heard of this thing called a for loop. Or better yet, because this is C#, a for each loop. So instead of having like an array of ticks to test, no! Just have a massive nested if that gets duplicated because I made the rotation system symmetric. Yeah, this can really be carbon dated to well before I've learned this thing called how to program good. I mean, I guess as long as on the surface the game plays alright, it's fine. I mean, it doesn't play alright, the controls are slippery. Like, for some reason, if you make a movement on the same frame that you lock a piece, the piece will still move. So you can do a frame-perfect movement of a piece that screws you over. Great. It should just straight up be portable to mono game. You just have to, since I still have the assets in a raw form, you just have to not compile it to whatever form XNA uses. It should just be one-to-one portable to mono game. Now the issue, however, is fixing up the code base so it's not horrid. It really is just Babby's first program type of code. And I'm fairly certain I've made improper use of the iDisposable interface at some point. It might break things. It doesn't move properly. No, it doesn't move properly. I'm fairly certain also, because I didn't know how to do resets properly, you basically have infinity. You can just reset as many times as you want. I think I missed a couple cools. End level, yeah, is in fact 1300. Because I think what I did was I just extended TGM3's master speed curve with Shirase's delays. I think. That's why the border turns red at some point to tell you, hey, you've crossed over from the master speed levels to Shirase. Actually, I think you cross over long before that. It's just that it turns red once you get to the bone block. No, when does it turn red? Now I need to check. Let's see. Because I didn't compartmentalize any of this code. It's all just one massive splodge all over game.cs. Just one giant C# file. Where's my draw code? What do they stand for? You're gonna have to ask me back in 2018 because I don't know. I think TG is probably Tetris God, but I don't know. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. TG is probably Tetris God, but everything else, I have no clue. Because I never wrote any comments explaining this. LH is probably... Now that you think about it, LH is probably Legendary Hero. Now that I think about it, it is probably Legendary Hero, now that I think about it. Where did I get these grades from? I surely had to be inspired by something. Might actually be Legendary Hero. IW is probably something warrior, DM is something else, and then LH Legendary Hero, TG's. Where did I get these grades from? Because knowing my 2018 self, I did not come up with those. Where would I have gotten them from? Yeah. It's something master, but what's the D? Not dungeon master, clearly. I was not that Dungeons and Dragons brained. Not dungeon master, what is DM? I don't remember. Also, let's see. Infinity Ward. Nah, I was not a COD guy. I was not a Call of Duty guy, so I don't think that's it. Oh my god, I added 2 Toy fans, just like Shirase. Of course I did. Yes, they are in fact at 500 and 1,000, because of course they are. Okay, so I apparently added a couple of modifiers to the game. That if you hold the button when you press enter, it loads a different thing. Which I called them bone mode, which is probably, bone blocks the whole way. What is paranoia? Now I'm interested. Like DDR. Nah, I was not into DDR. So what is paranoia? Yeah, and because the program basically stops responding to all inputs when you game over or you win, Windows thinks it crashes even though it didn't. Because I forgot to make it respond to inputs after you win, so Windows keeps thinking it crashes. So what is paranoia? Right control.
Levy, go.
I figured out what paranoia is. Yeah. Where did I get the name paranoia from? I think there was another Tetris clone I played that also called Invisible Paranoia. I think. The one that I showed already was Classic Control, also known as asterisk GM drop, which, you know, gives you sonic drop, soft drop with lock. By default, it's hard drop, soft drop. There's also classic locking delay, which I think basically turns it from infinity into infinite move reset to step reset. TLS key probably is like the full ghost cheat in TGM1 and 2. What is... I think I made a specific alternate game mode if I press tilde.
Levy, go.
So apparently I thought it was a good idea to make Kirase but harder. Because when I looked at the speed table before trying this out, I gave it 1200 block delay at around level 600. I don't know what my Pascal was cooking with that one. Also, the cools don't do anything to your grade in this alternate game mode, I think. They're just there for style points and for the medal. I think Twitch removed the category that was like a generic Tetris category, so I can't use that Apparently my past self thought Shirazade was not fast enough, so it made this instead. Why? Why did I do this? Why did I do this? I also have a button that says modernize. I have no idea what that does yet. Hang on. Modernize. Hold tab.
Letting go.
Uh-oh. Oh. That's what that does. No ARE, yeah. That sounds like a good idea. In a game as fast as this, sure. I guess I made that when I was playing Heberus and thought, oh, DS World is a cool rule. Oh, DS World is cool. Let's do that. And did that. I must have been playing Heberus, saw DS World, and was like, ooh, that looks like a good idea. So I think it should, now that I look at everything, it should probably be compilable in monogame. I don't think it uses anything that's particularly specific to X and A. You just have to, I think, to make sure you use the content pipeline and not just load in the things raw, because I think this is using the XNA content pipeline pretty heavily for all of the assets. Yeah, I think that's it. Also, what is this? What is this variable? Hang on. Let me pull up the window too big. What is this? What is this variable that's just called fy? Oh, right, yeah. This is huh? No, I don't get this actually. If not fy, fireworks for passing the Toricon? Wait. Oh, these are ending fireworks, I think. Yeah, these are endgame fireworks, which is either when you win or you get Toricon, then this is a variable that controls fireworks. I think. I wouldn't know. I'd have to search over 100,000 lines of characters in this file just to find what I need. Also, let me fold everything. How do I fold everything? Oh, it is unfold all. Yes, here are those grades I'm talking about. Yeah, LH is probably legendary here. I don't know what the other ones are. Exactly, other than TG. What on earth is step time? Why is this unused? Ah. Oh wait, no, this is just for rotating the piece. Yeah, no, this is just for rotating the piece because I just like thingy. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to what they call it, to port. It's just that I don't know if it's worth porting, especially since how big is this project directory? I think it's like a 500 megabytes. I don't know if this thing is worth resuscitating. It's especially since the controls are really messed up. Like the controls feel off. Like not Tetris Elements kind of off, but the kind of off where it's like something's not quite right. It shouldn't be too difficult to port. Dumb. I mean, there isn't really anything interesting about like the modes. This is basically just it's basically just TGM3 Master Plus. That's basically it. There's nothing really particularly interesting about this. Because the idea of merging Master and Shate is interesting. I remember I think we had something like that. And hang on, let me show something. Wait, hang on, before I do that, let me first find the absolute mess that is the wall kicks. Where are you? Where are you, wall kicks? I think if I search for uh can you tell I did not structure this well if I'm I don't remember where anything is. Um Okay, found it. Found it. Here we go. Here are the rotation tests, the kick tests. First it tries. Wait, no, this is the IRS test. No, this is the IRS test, never mind. Where's the actual rotation key? Ah, here it is. Here's the rotation tests. First it? No, this is the IRS test. What? Oh, here's the wall kicked code. So, okay, so depending on which direction it tries, first it tries the current rotation state. Otherwise, it tries another one. And then another one. And then another. I did not. I clearly back then I did not know of this thing called a for each loop. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that was a thing, so I just did this. Because apparently, I guess I thought vector 2s couldn't be put into a container and then iterated over. I don't know what my fast up was thinking here. On the note of merging Master and Shirase, I think we had another. I think someone made an iteration on that idea. Let me first load up something. Oh god, please don't accidentally load the wrong thing. Okay, good. It didn't break. Swap out this Notepad++ window. Now here's a site for sore eyes, I guess. Well, from me anyway. Yeah, so this is the thing that we had made. MNL27 made this. This is basically the idea of merging Master and Shirase, except it goes a bit longer than like 2300 levels. This goes all the way to 3000 and it has a much more extended speed curve. I'm not. Yeah, it is. It's ancient. You can tell some of the stuff in here is ancient because it's like you can carbon date some of this stuff. Like I said, I am also jump scared by this every time as well. Except this is updated. This is something I made for myself. It's this here. It's just a better version of this. And by better, I mean dumb. Because you can beat the TGM1 You can beat the TGM1 level set and speed curve in 6 minutes. Why is my computer flashing? Is my GPU suffering trying to do all this? Oh yeah, this one, right? RM2. I completely forgot which one of this is. Why is this here? Why did I put this here? Oh yeah, this was using the custom BGM system, I remember now.
Ready, go.
I just rotated in 2 different directions and canceled the rotation. 10 out of 10. I'll figure out which one of my rotation buttons is which once I get my bearings. I think I remember a cool part about this is that I think you both managed to make the ending. I've forgotten how to play a normal game of Tetris. Help. Why is everything flashing? Is my computer just unable to handle this? Is my computer like dying? Oh yeah, I forgot that this is a really stupid... So, okay. For my personal copy of No Pomino, I have a sound mod that adds a stupid TTS voice to every single line clear. Welcome to my my personal No Pomino installation. It is very cursed. And every time you try and hold and you're unable to, you get this.
Single. 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 Single.
The game curses you out. Because, I don't know, I guess I thought it would be funny. That would be funny. Although I don't... I mean, I guess if you have, like, access to the binary and are able to do arbitrary things, you can just make it do that. That would be funny. You press backstep, it just laughs at you. And I misdropped, amazing.
Single. 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 Single.
I'm still waiting for Arika to allow people to use extra and standard.
Single.
Oh, and another thing for Arika to do. Can they please make extra a toggle, or at least like the option to make extra into a toggle? Because it is tiring on the fingers to just hold the button for that long.
Single.
I think Lila's idea of using a foot pedal is probably the most ergonomic way of using the extra button at the moment. Yeah,
Single.
I think I know it does give you 100,000 points. I just suck. I just suck at no hold. The only no hold I'm good at is D-Chat.
Single. Single.
D-Chat rotation is like, still my favorite rotation system, I think. Although I think the version in Heberus is probably my favorite. Yeah, I think you both did implement split and 1-2. If I remember correctly. Which is cool. I think the two of you went for like a full recreation of Sega Tet 99, so this is in fact the whole Sega Tet 99. There was no expense spared.
Single. Single.
I keep trying to IRS.
Single. 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 Double. Single. Single. Double. Single. 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 Double. Single.
I think it's... Okay, now that I notice it, now that I remember correctly, yeah, it's always when I try to stream Nopalito that, everything starts flickering. I don't know what it is. Nopalito just hates OBS, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm about to lose. I don't know. Something's telling me I'm gonna lose. I'm not good at this.
Single.
Yeah, it's GG. Yeah, that's GG. I don't think I'm making it to 300 lines unless I just cheat and use a different rule. Which, actually, for the sake of demonstration, let's just do that.
Ready, go.
And I've already mixed up my rotation keys because they're different.
Ready, go.
Now, what I wanted to say was... I think my favorite iteration of D-Chat rotation is the one that's in Heberus. Well, okay, with an asterisk. I don't like the way Heberus handles the 180s. But I do like the fact that in Heberus, the version of D-Chat rotation uses, they gave DRS, what's its face? The TGM3 upkick. The once only upkick for E and I. There we go. My brain was melting for a second. Something interesting about D-Chat, but I've only now just looked into the, if you've ever, like, loaded into one of the modes, you might have noticed, like, one of the things, options it has called, rush mode. And it speeds up, like, your inputs and the gravity, but not the lock delay. Apparently, it doesn't do that by like changing the delays. It does it by processing your inputs and gravity 20 times per frame instead of once per frame. So your DAS, your soft drop are ridiculously fast. Your ARR, your soft drop is ridiculously fast. with rush mode. And it's actually really fun to play the normal difficulty with rush mode enabled. I do wish it was easier to run on a modern system, simply because it's such a fun game that I wish more people had access to. Because having to install to perform some sketchy registering of some DirectX 7 DLL just feels a bit weird. Yep, there's the 1-2. Oh man, no all clear. I also really like how DTEF handles 180s. It actually feels really nice how it does 180s. Like, it's a 2-button game, but it compensates for not having a third rotation button. A third duplicated rotation button in such an interesting way that I'm surprised nobody else thought of. Like, Mickey's absolutely cooked when it comes to D10. Wait, seriously? Wait, that's so cool. You submit a replay that cleared final furthest to the website, and that's how you get and you get awarded the source code. That is so interesting. So it's like a prize. That's like the prize for beating the game, essentially. Because beating final furthest is not a joke. Like, that difficulty is complete nonsense. Because I think in order to do that... Oh yeah, he did, yeah. They did, yeah. In the form of, I guess the website didn't have like a check to make sure it wasn't that replay. Single. Like, I think in order to even get to that point, if you don't want to cheat and do that, I guess cheat in quote marks and do that. What you have to do is I think you'd have to beat advanced mode, like score trial advance and time trial advance. Which then unlocks Joker. You have to then beat Joker, which it's only now I realize I implemented it incorrectly when I tried to make a clone of that mode in Melpomino. You beat Joker mode, then you unlock Furthest. And you try and beat Furthest, which is completely insane. Like, it is ridiculously fast. Like, yeah, you get 10 lives, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to clear it with no lives lost. Wait, no. Do you have to clear it with no lives lost? Like, I wonder if somewhere out there are replays floating around of people beating that mode legit. I'm interested in watching him. I'm not including the one that Mickey's included with the game, but like other ones. this is still going to take a while.
Single. Single. Single.
Is that ability on the DChat website still active? Can you still just upload a replay there and get the source code? Or is it dead? Or can you not do that anymore? Oh, interesting. I guess I'll try that in a bit then. Sometime after this. Considering the DLLs that you have to load to make the game work, I assume it's in Visual Basic, right? Yeah, thought as much, considering like one of the DLLs you have to load in is DX7VB. Also, I've tried Direct Tetris. So, I guess Mickey's just wanted a Tetris game on DirectX, so, and ended up making Absolute Peak. Ended up making so good it got killed. Pretty sure DChat was one of the games that got absolutely deleted, or at least demolished by TTC. Wasn't it? It's such a shame. Oh. I wonder what killed it then. Because I think... Doesn't the website, the official DChat website, not distribute copies of it anymore? And I'm pretty sure... I think the DChat rules description in Nopamino says something along the lines of, something, an evil king killed it or something like that. I wonder what that's referring to. I swear I'm not making this up. Like if you go to the rule file for DChat rotation in Nopamino, I think it mentions something along the lines of an evil king, and I'm like, what on earth is this thing yapping about? I like how if you get a Tetris single, due to the fact that Tetrises are named 4s in this, so the two of you shortened it to F in the bonus display, you get the Tetris single, it just shows up as FFS. as if even the game is like, oh man, you didn't get the 100 points, the 100k. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about the cool explosion. Oh god, I forgot there was an all clear you can get here. No. I think I remember. I think the two of you asked like with the arbitrary block drawing system. With the arbitrary system I made for drawing things in Nopamino, if you could like try and make the animation of like the block scattering animation from Sigachet. And yeah, it is possible.
Single.
So that's what was used to make that. I think I also used that same animation in another mode. Hey, isn't that a texture format? I think this was one of the biggest projects in that whole set of game modes. I think it ended up taking the effort from all three of us to get this fully working. I think the two of you did the brunt of the whole like actually making the game mode, and I just provided the framework involving, you know, manipulating Nopomino. Oh yeah, I do remember the bad apple. I do remember the bad apple. Have I ever mentioned the time I tried to run? I tried to run a 170 megabyte file through a compiler, and it actually managed to compile it after like 1.5 hours. It wasn't Java. Okay, are you familiar with this game series called... Oh hey, look, here's the credits! Yeah, we did the credits thing. Okay, so... have you ever heard of this game series called... Oh my god, long username. Have you ever heard of this game series called Creeper World? Okay, so in Creeper World 3 and 4... Oh yeah, and I nicked this sound straight out of Gensha to go professional for the excellent screen in Nopomino. What I was gonna say was, so in Creeper World, starting from the third game, they added this scripting language that you can use to make custom content. Like arbitrary custom content in your levels. People have made everything from like cool variations of the game mode to even straight up re-implementing different games like Space Invaders or Tetris in Creeper World. And in Creeper World 4, they also added an updated version of it called 4RPO. And in there, I noticed, oh hey, there's terrain setting code and proper like lists and stuff. So I thought, hey, wouldn't it be a good idea to use the custom texture ability for terrain? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Except it went through two versions. The original version, I encoded the video really badly. I encoded the video really badly. So when I made it into, I auto-generated the source file to play it. It was 170 megabytes large, and I tried to compile it anyway. I was like, this'll be fine. I sat there for an entire 1.5 hours waiting. The game somehow did not crash. It compiled. It successfully compiled, but then I tried to load the map, and you know, game crashed. It did not like loading it. I've since updated, what do you call it? I've since then made us another version of it, which only takes up, I think, 5 meg, no, less than 25 megabytes. Actually, maybe even less than that. Which actually managed to compile and load without crashing the game. Hang on, let me find that. Down here somewhere. Here we are. On streamer bot, let me type into the thing. Oh, well, great. It didn't send on the Twitch side. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It sent. I'm dumb. Yeah, that's the link. It is in fact Bad Apple. Like, it had to be done. It had to be done. That other mode I mentioned was actually this. I think I also made a this is the mode that I referred to, where I said I think I added the block falling animation. I'm muting the BGM because I'm pretty sure there's some copyright in there. So let's just get rid of that. Yeah, Marathon 2, the hit sequel. What's different? I've already messed up. Amazing. Wait, hang on. I want to turn on all spin. Immobile third. 150 lines. I don't want to 200 lines. That's gonna take too long.
Spin.
What was that? I don't know about you, but are you hearing some randomly? There's just some weird sound effects. Like, I'm pretty sure I heard one of the combo sound effects play when there was no combo.
Single. Single. Double. Single. Single. Spin. Single.
I think this was the mode where I said Was that an explosion? I could have sworn I heard an explosion.
Single.
I don't remember what I did in this. So this is basically like, if something weird happens, it's going to surprise me just as much as it's going to surprise anyone else at this point.
Single. Double.
Now, if I remember correct, did another strange noise just play and I talked over it? I spoke over it, there we go. Surely not everything's still. Whoa, my god! Okay, it's not fine. Game's haunted. Moon's haunted. Moon. The game's haunted. That's definitely an explosion. This was, yeah, analog horror no Palomino before that took off on YouTube, I guess.
Spin.
Sure. I guess this was what was on my mind.
Spin.
Why is the applause sound playing? Oh. Oh god, that's like the equivalent of a dead pixel on the screen. That block is not real. It's like the equivalent of a dead pixel. What have I done? That's great. That gray square is not real.
Spin. Single.
But it's just going to be there now, I guess.
Double.
That's a bone block.
Spin. Single. Double.
Let's see. Will I? Oh, what I was trying to say is, will I get that hard field? I think I implemented hard field in this as like a rare effect. Will I get it? It would be so funny if I get it while I'm at the top of the screen and die instantly. I don't even know what some of that... I think that those might just be random text. Oh wait, no, I think I remember. I made them say actual text, but then gradually scrambled the text even more as you progress closer to the line goal. I think. I don't remember. It's been years. Ah, there's another dead pixel on the... Dead pixel? Sure.
Spin.
I like how of all the things that stay untouched, the score text is still fine. Like, maybe I could have done something with it, but eh.
Spin. Single.
What the fuck? Oh, I think it's only a rare chance that the blocks fall out. Because I remember... Okay, you can stop playing the random sound effects now. I think it's a rare chance. It's like a 1 in something that the block fall animation plays, like in the end of RM2. Thinking about this, we got this mode, which is yet another reflection. You can basically carbon date this mode. You could probably like tell immediately, what was I into when I made this game mode? Gee, I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is. My God. Yeah, well, see, I wonder what I was into when I made this. I genuinely cannot remember. many sound effects have I aped from that game now? I just says the menu sound effects I've also stolen from Tensha to Go Final. Now that I've like it's fully clicked. How many sounds have I stolen from those files now? At this point. Okay, I actually kind of want to try that thing now. DTEP. Okay, now I have to find exactly where it is. Uh, ranking? BMS? Wait, a BMS show? Wait, what? Wait, so BBS, oh my god. Oh, BBS. Ain't no way. Alright, let's take a look. About DTEP. So where do I submit this? Oh, you need a Japanese IP address. I do not have a VPN, so I guess I'm not doing that right now then. I cannot be bothered to set that up right now. I'll make a note of that. What's been happening? Right, I open Discord, I click a server I frequented, and the first thing I see is a picture of a cereal cable dipped in milk. Okay. Maybe I should leave that for later. Yeah, a serial port indeed. You know, I never did finish this mode. Oh. It crashes the game. Yeah.
Let go.
Oh, no, never mind, it's here. What? Why? Huh? Forgot I did this. This is unfinished because I could not figure out how to do scoring. We bejeweled now, I guess. This is very unfinished. I think it's so unfinished it's not even on the repository because it's just that broken. I think it actually has a chance to crash the game, which is why I didn't commit it. Oh yeah, and this is another private thing I made for myself, I guess. Because, you know, there was the whole framework of animated backgrounds that I made, so I thought, why not just make Grade Mania 2, but you get the tap backgrounds, but for realsies. Because man, these backgrounds are cool. Oh yeah, this one I think I implemented it incorrectly because I misread what Tetris.wiki said, so now it's just permanently incorrect. I cannot be bothered to go and fix it. This mode is just a straight up meme. This is the one that I actually still use on a regular basis, which I probably should run a couple times now that I think about it.
Levy long.
Okay, so something funny about that. You know something really dumb I figured out? I figured. So right now, my BGM setup in Nopomino, I don't have the TGM3 roll theme loaded. What I have instead is something that is of equivalent length.
Levy long. Levy long.
If I stop misdropping, that'd be great.
Levy.
And the idea is... for some reason, I thought, you know what would be a good idea? The Peace Walker theme from Metal Gear Peace Walker. And my right keycap fell off again. Why is it always my right arrow key?
Levy long.
Because I found out while messing around with it was like, hey, the crescendo of the Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker theme is about the same length as the Tetris the Grandmaster 3 credit roll theme.
Levy.
So that's what I use in Dopamino. No. I am still wondering, how on earth did my past self get an 11.2 bonus? Like, this was years ago. How did I manage to pull off 11.2? I can't do that anymore. In years. Because I stopped playing for like a good 3 years. 4 years, maybe. Alright, I forgot I added this system. I forgot I added this. This is a thing that I put in all the modes. I put the bloody TGM3 player login system. What did I call? What did I use my account? I think it's the same as TGM3, if I remember correctly. It is, in fact, the same one. I've forgotten which one it is. I think it's this one.
Ready, go.
Okay, that would have been a 6.5, which would have been enough in the real TGM3 to bring you from M9 all the way to GM. That's alright, I guess. I think the threshold is +6, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, that's like the minimum you need. But if you want to be perfectly safe, you need, I think, 8. Right? Because 8 guarantees that even if you go in at M7, which is... I think you can still get the M roll if you come in with an S7 base grade, all the cools, so you get an M7. So yeah, I think if you want to be safe, you want an 8. The bare minimum is a 6. Which means for a 6, that's 4 Tetrises, 4 miscellaneous line clears, and surviving. For 8, that's 6 Tetrises, 4 miscellaneous line clears, and surviving, because the end bonus is 1.6, if I remember correctly. And then for fading roll, it's like, what, 0.5? And like, you have way less bonuses. Actually, I wonder, is it possible to go from M8 to GM in the fading roll? Is it possible to play fast enough, like even with Taz or something, to go from M8 to GM in the fading roll? Is that a thing you can do? I'm curious now. Has anyone tested that? I think that's always... Yeah. Oh wait, you can't even get GM unless you get all the cools, so it caps you at MM. Oh, that's a shame. Because I know you can get to GM if you miss base grades. Like, I think to get the M roll, from what I remember, the minimum grade you need is like from what I remember correctly, to get a GM, you need to have at least a base grade of S7 and all the cools. Like, I think you're still allowed into the M roll if you have at least an S7 before all the cools. Which, you know, it's kind of hard to tell if you have an S7 or not, because, you know, TGM3 is missing this this cool little thing that was in TGM1 and 2. The grade display. Because I know for a fact I've gotten an M9 after dying on the M roll. So I think you can still get the M roll as long as you get all the cools. And get at least an S7, I think. I remember. Let me double check that. Half roll. The invisible roll requirements are to clear all section cools and an internal glade of at least S27, which is S7. All right. Can you get GM if you're not logged in? Has someone tried that? Does the game award you a you can't get GM? Oh, that's dumb. That's kind of dumb. I mean, I understand why, but like, really? You have to commit to a machine, to get GM. What a game of all time. Larger point isn't a qualified class, blah blah blah. You if uh decides to give the player a promotional exam to be eligible for a promotional. Yeah, third, fourth. Third... Wait, what? Okay, see, wait. Promotional exams only take second, third, and fourth best grades? I thought it was second, third, fourth, and fifth. Did I misremember? I thought it was second, third, fourth, and fifth. This whole time, I only needed 4 MMs out of 7. Ah, that means all the times that I've gotten 4 MMs in, what's his face? 4 MMs in, when I've been playing. That must mean that some of them are real Master M's and not downgraded GMs. Oh man. Only to get consistent invisible Tetris, I guess. Oh yeah, and it looks like you have to survive the credits in order to get GM, the promotional exam. The GM promotion exam. You cannot die and get GM. Okay. I find it really funny that the ST medal becomes harder and harder to get the more a TGM3 machine is played. Especially Gold ST. If a bunch of good players have played on a TGM3 machine, you are not getting Gold ST ever. That's really funny, actually. Actually, isn't it possible to like beat Terase ST times by like stalling all the way until past 15 minutes and then using the faster game speed to just beat an ST time to be a section time? Has people actually managed to determine what makes a whole regret? Because like that's still a thing that's like kind of like it doesn't matter because like it doesn't affect your grade, but like it is still a oh god. No, get out of here. Go back to Notepad++ for now. I don't think I really have anything left for now, to be honest. Why do I have Conway's Game of Life? What? Yeah, and I'm getting tired as well myself. So, like, I don't really have anything else that I'd like to do right now. I'm getting kind of tired now. It's been 6.5 hours. Dang. I think I'll sign off for now. I don't. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. Okay, so at least that's good to know. I only need 4 downgraded GMs. If Tetris.wiki isn't isn't wrong, I only need 4 downgraded GMs, which is way better of an objective than 5. Because seriously, there is no leeway with 5. Like, there's only 2 failed plays worth of leeway for 5. So I'll head out for now then. Don't think there's anyone I can. I'll just stop here then. Thanks for being here.